they'll join into those. They'll be in those rooms. Okay, yeah, sounds good.
And the meeting is now being live streamed, or we're getting the notice that the meeting is now being broadcast on YouTube?
Good morning, everyone. I am Patrick Plush, Chair of our LTAC Committee, and I'd like to welcome everyone. We are officially starting the meeting as of 10 a.m. this morning, and we're going to start with a bit of housekeeping, and you're going to do roll call, Dr. Lofters, and make sure we have a quorum. I do want to make a reminder for everybody on Zoom to please have your name and your institution visible on your screen and remain on camera at all times. That's necessary for our open meetings compliance. And also, the chat has been disabled for that same reason, for compliance with open meeting requirements. So now, Dr. Lofters, if you would go through our roll.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So let me go right through the roll and we'll get started. Patrick is here. Charlene is here. Luke Dowden.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Alicia Lloyd.
I saw a note from her. She is on maternity leave, so she may not be able to make it.
Thank you. Timothy Snyder.
Here.
Glennis Gaines.
Here.
Janet Camps.
Here.
Lydia Tenna.
Present.
Thank you. Mary Gentry.
Present.
Sarah Lee.
Here.
Nikki Whiteside. There she is. Nikki Whiteside.
She sent an email saying she would be a few minutes late.
Oh, she's here?
She is here.
Okay.
I
Robert
made it,
Green.
sorry.
Oh, there you are, Nikki. Good morning.
I'm
Robert
also
Green.
here. Here.
Ruth Kuvis Chisholm. Ruth. Jeff Frills.
Here.
Yun Wan.
Here.
Julie DeLello,
Here.
Daryl James,
Here.
Megan Weatherly,
Here.
Pam Morgan,
Here.
Jacqueline Mock, okay, I'll find another. Aaron McGough,
Here.
Alexandra Heron,
Here.
we have Nikki, as she said she is there, got her. That seems, oh, last one, Bella Rodriguez.
Here.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that. And we have one person that is on a phone line. And just want to make sure that it is Jacqueline, are you able to speak? I take that's a no. So we have everyone, quorum is present, so you're ready to go.
Thank you, Dr. Lofters, and I would like to offer a special welcome to our new members. They joined a little early for an orientation with Dr. Lofters, and there's a lot of discussion and robust questions. So I just want to welcome Dr. Alexandra Heron from Concordia University, Dr. Daryl James from Texas Tech University, and Dr. Aaron McGough from the University of Texas Medical Branch. Thank you for joining us. There was a lot of interest in LTAC membership in this past year, so congratulations on being selected to represent your institutions and participate in this statewide committee. Our next order of business is to consider consideration and possible action to approve summary notes from our October 7th, 2022 meeting. So at this time, I would expect that you would have read these, and if there are any amendments, please say so at this time. If there are none, then I would accept a motion to approve.
I motion to approve.
Robert Green provided a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Lydia Tina provided a second. All right, we'll call for a vote. All in favor, please physically raise your hand, and we will count those. And this is to approve. Erin may be abstaining because she wasn't at that meeting.
That
All
is
right,
correct, yes.
All right. Anybody, you can put your hands down. Anybody voting against approval? I see none. And any abstentions? All right, we see Aaron abstain. All right, the motion carries and the meeting notes are approved as circulated. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to item 3 on our agenda. That is discussion of recommended amendments to Texas Administrative Code rules regarding distance education. Most of you are very familiar with this from prior service on the committee or on the subcommittee that did this work. For our new members, what we're talking about here is activity that has taken place since April of 2021 with a charge to a separate subcommittee that included both LTAC members as well as some people who were non-members, at least at the time of their initial participation, to evaluate the distance education definitions and standards and make recommendations for policy change in rule. So this work commenced in earnest in April of 2021. Initially, we broke into 3 separate work groups within this subcommittee for DE definitions and standards, and kind of set some plans in motion. And I think that they were like, one was definitions, one was data, and one was 50-mile rule. Didn't make a lot of progress moving forward in that fashion. And so we regrouped as the larger group to address them one by the different areas in rule that we were seeking revising. And this was Chapter 4, Subchapter P that I'm referring to, that we undertook looking at and evaluating. And made a lot of progress as the bigger group. Roughly in May of last year, we kind of there was some change in direction when we learned that there were other rules being proposed for program approval unrelated to distance education. And so we focused our efforts primarily then around the approval piece for distance education programs as a priority, so that we could more or less be in line with what was going on with general program approval. We did circle back and pick up the DE definitions piece as well, which of course it is important when you decide, well, what is or isn't a distance education program. This work was wrapped up. Work continued during the summer. We then had a smaller writing group that took the ideas from the group and began to actually put those into language for rule. It was still just an attempt to make it as plain spoken as possible. Then we had the good fortune of working very closely with Annie Jones, Policy Counsel for the Coordinating Board, who helped us really to bring it home and put it in language that could actually be implemented into rule, and go back and forth with council to make sure that we were not creating new contingencies, new conflicts with other policies. And at this point, I'm sorry, is there a question? I'm hearing a little bit of feedback, so it was actually me. So sorry about that. So in November and December, we circulated these rules internally for the full committee to provide feedback on. I have not seen that, but any that was received was addressed by coordinating board staff in terms of what is going to be posted. It's actually going to be filed today in the Texas Register, and then it will be posted within 2 weeks for public comment. So that would be a January 27th date that we'd expect to see that in the Texas Register. And that is one more opportunity for anybody on this committee, but very importantly, any institution in Texas that is interested in providing comment during that 30-day window to do so. So that would be effectively from January 27th till 30 days later, which is February 25th. So that's when the 30-day comment period would end. And then any feedback that is received at that time would be addressed, and either changes made if they're minor. If there were something major that need to be changed, then it might have to come back to the subcommittee for additional recommendations. That's not really anticipated at this point, but we can't see the future. And then the rules would be presented to the Coordinating Board Committee on Academic and Workforce Success on April 27th when it convenes. And then the next day it would go to the full board, the full Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for approval. And if approved there, it would become part of rule. Do we remember what the effective date is, assuming it is approved on April 28th?
December 2023, 24, sorry.
December
December,
20,
the following December after it's approved at board.
December 1st, 2024. Okay, so still a ways off, but that is the timeline at this point. Some of most people are very familiar with this. Our new members would not be. One of the biggest things that we ironed out was making a recommendation to change the distance education definition for a course or a program, so that we would eliminate using the terminology fully online, which currently refers to 85 to 100% of course delivery in that mode. And instead, I would use 100% online, meaning all of the instructional time is delivered online or by distance education. And then hybrid would be anything more than 50, less than 100%. So we just have those two categories for both courses and programs. And this does align with other reporting requirements, including iPads. So we think this is a great move forward to both for reporting, but also for marketing these programs to students accurately, so they know that 100% online program, there's no expectation they need to be on campus for any of the instructional requirements. We did leave it open that there may be requirements related to non-instructional time associated with this student's program, for example, an orientation, but that it's important that students know about those commitments ahead of time. So that's one of the big changes. There is another section in policy that we also changed because we changed the scope of LTAC a little bit, or at least recommended that it be changed. And that was in line with our approval processes. Currently, and until the rules change, this body is responsible for reviewing and recommending proposals for any programs that at the doctoral level that want to be offered at a distance. And often we spend a major portion of these meetings doing that. We have a subcommittee that preliminarily reviews them, makes a recommendation to this committee, and then we have representatives from those programs and institutions come before us, give a brief presentation, answer any questions that we might have before then approving or recommending that they come back with additional changes. What we recommended for the rule change is that instead of approving doctoral programs individually for online or distance ed delivery, instead we would implement an approval process where the institution is approved for offering courses, programs at all levels, including doctoral, as long as they have a current institutional plan for distance education, an IPDE. And that IPDE would be it's a report that, or a submission that is currently required the first time of any public institution in Texas that wants to deliver distance education. There's no requirement currently that ever be updated. For my institution, for example, I think ours is from 2006. We've changed things a bit since then, as I would expect most institutions have since theirs were in place. There are a few institutions who it was only during the pandemic when they saw it was necessary to deliver by distance education and then had to complete this IPDE. What we're looking at now is a cycle of roughly 10 years to align with the SACS cycle of accreditation reaffirmation, so that whenever you go through that process, you would the year following your the decision on your reaffirmation, you would complete the IPDE and submit it to the coordinating board for staff to review, LTAC committee to assist with. And we're not looking, we did discuss like having penalties associated with not complying with that. We decided not to propose that for rule, but instead we're really structuring this as an opportunity for this body and other institutions who have experience delivering high quality distance education to come together and serve in a role to help institutions prepare an IPDE that really will raise the bar for quality at that institution. So not really penalize them for putting the effort into meeting this requirement, but rather help them reach that finish line and serve their students best. So much more collaborative and supportive rather than punitive in nature. So we're hoping, of course, that these changes are approved and go into rule in December of next year. In the meantime, we will continue to be a body that reviews and recommends doctoral proposals to be for programs to be delivered by distance education. So I do want to thank all of the committee members who put in tireless effort to make this all happen. Sometimes it could be a little contentious, a little frustrating, and I appreciate everybody's patience throughout the process. It was a great product at the end that I think we can all be really proud of our efforts. I want to thank Dr. Jeff Friels, who was co-chair for that subcommittee. I want to thank the members, Charlene Stubblefield, Janet Camps, Sarah Lee, Robert Green, Ruth Chisholm, Pamela Morgan, Jacqueline Mock, and there were 3 members that are no longer on LTAC that also served on that subcommittee. Those are Elizabeth Rodriguez, Carlos Morales, and Eric Solberg. So thank you to everybody that, I mean, this is a volunteer organization. It was a big lift, a lot of time. We were meeting very regularly in the fall, and then again in late fall, December, and November. So appreciate everybody's commitment to seeing this through. Want to thank the staff who sat in on all of these meetings, and were core to the helping the writing team as well. It's Kyla Torrey, Andrew Lofters, Michelle Singh, Marianne Maddox, and of course I mentioned Annie Jones, the policy counsel, who is a hero to many of us who got to work closely with us to get it into something that I think will really serve state and distance education well if it is approved. So at this point, then I would like to see if there are any questions about next steps with that recommendation, or any comments that would be like to be shared with the group.
If I may, Patrick,
Of course.
I just wanted to say as co-chair, you know, and involved in the whole process from beginning to end, the definitions did not go as far as some folks wanted in multiple areas. And I think the idea was we had to strike a balance between, you know, some institutions around the state are more advanced in this area than others. And we had to settle on distance ed definitions and the things associated with that really tried to meet the state and its institutions in the middle. And as Patrick indicated, I think we were for the most part, pretty pleased with the final result. But I just did want to point out that in some cases it just didn't go as far. And I've been asked by other people in other contexts, like, you know, why didn't you do this or why didn't you do that? And I had to say, you know, this was really supposed to be a compromise that really met the state and its institutions on sort of where everybody is at collectively. And so I just wanted to point out that we didn't cover everything that could have possibly been covered. For example, I've been asked multiple times, like, were we going to define high flex? Was that going to be put in rule? For example, I've gotten probably more questions about that than anything else. And my response has generally been, well, no, we didn't feel that was appropriate for rule to be covered in rule at this time. But it is certainly something that was discussed, and I think LTAC will take up in the context of looking at the principles of good practice, which is also on the agenda today, as a potential venue for dealing with some of those issues that are a little bit more advanced for institutions that are further down the road in terms of digital learning. And so the end result I was relatively pleased with, but it was a compromise, and there is work to be done to still continue to lay the groundwork for the strength of digital learning statewide. And I wanted to thank everybody else who participated, especially Patrick and coordinating board staff, for all the hard work that put in at the end. It was a lot of work to get done, but I think it worked well in the end. So thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. And Michelle, this might be a good place for you to share an anecdote you'd shared before about the possibility of even approaching this type of rule change, and where we are today.
So thank you for letting me speak to the group. It's always wonderful to be able to see your faces, as we don't get a chance to connect as much as we used to when I was actively in LTAC, although I don't believe I've ever left. For those of you that have seen the work that we've done, LTAC has a long-standing history of serving as passionate advocates for the digital learning community. The endeavor of updating rule and policy to reflect the work that is being done currently in the field is not an easy undertaking for anyone. It really takes contributions from everyone, all different levels, all different parts of the state. It takes voices from your institutions and from stakeholders across Texas to really be able to get to the point where you are writing rule and policy to govern the work that we are doing. You have a responsibility on this committee to represent your institutions, and you do it beautifully well, and do it with such amazing delicacy to make sure that not only are you doing what is best for your institution, but ultimately what is best for the digital learning stakeholders, which include primarily our students. At all of the core of the conversation, when all of this was getting done, everyone came back to student success. What do we need to do, and what parameters need to be put in place to ensure that our students are getting the experiences they need to be able to be globally competitive when they leave our institutions, to be able to get to a point where there is a credential of value that is attained, where they are able to succeed and accomplish what their goals are, which is ultimately what all of our missions are. And so to be able to see that actively in the discussions, and to be able to have these conversations with each other respectfully and able to challenge each other so we could push each other to the limit to make sure that the decisions that we came to were going to be able to stand the test of time for a while, as much as you can in this ever dynamic field. And so I just sincerely want to say thank you. Not everyone may be able to see what all of these different details are and how much work this actually is, but we did get to witness it. And we got to see the heart that is behind every single one of you. And it is definitely visible in what we've been able to accomplish in such a short time. Commissioner Keller was extremely grateful for the process by which we got to the point that we are today. This body has always been a very passionate, like I said, body that is able to put students, stakeholders, faculty, administrators first. And that was an admirable quality that the commissioner called to our attention and said, I want you to sincerely express my gratitude to LTAC for having taken this challenge on in the short amount of time that we did, but for being able to truly look at the landscape of practice to inform policy and regulation. And so on behalf of the coordinating board, I want to thank you for taking this challenge on and for getting to this critical milestone, which in the past we had tried to accomplish before and had met some resistance. And now at this point in time, it is here, it is now, and we've managed to do it in record time. The ultimate goal of this entire process has always been to continue to elevate the level of digital excellence across the state. And the way that we do that is by learning from each other, because we have done a lot in this area. We have high accomplishments at all of your institutions. We have done a lot of work. And that is going to be what is truly going to distinguish Texas from other states when it comes to digital success. We have a long road ahead of us when it comes to making sure that our processes and our forms and our applications and our actually match what the spirit of the conversation was. But I know that we're game for it. I want to again say thank you and say that this can only be done because of your level of expertise, because of your familiarity with this work, and because several of us have been long-standing advocates of this practice. And we understand and see that digital learning has to be part of ultimate business success, of university-wide success strategy, of community college success strategy. It has to be more than an afterthought. It has to be at the core of how we want to change higher education in the future. So thank you for being visionaries for a field that not many understood, but now all have a heightened awareness for. Thank you for coming together and being able to work through those challenges that we had, those questions that we had, to get to a framework that I truly believe is going to make a difference and help us together create the higher education of tomorrow. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Michelle. And then post-April, so we'll probably have a meeting before these, the rule changes will be considered for approval. But once they are, if they are, then there's more work associated with that, because while we have recommended rule changes and we have language associated with that, there are also procedures and policy practices that need to be implemented and designed, and LTAC will be heavily involved with recommendations for those as well, working closely, of course, with coordinating board staff. But even once they're approved, then we have to figure out how best to implement them. And this body will be turned to again, and the subcommittee working on it for their expertise and guidance in making this actually a reality for implementation December of 24, assuming there is approval in April. Any other
I
comments or
do have one
discussion?
question
Of course.
for board staff. Assuming the rules are posted to the register by the 27th and there's the requisite 30-day comment period, is there going to be, it's been very collaborative with board staff and the general counsel on this stuff. Are we going to have an opportunity to at least, see what the tenor of the comments were, to provide some feedback on those comments? How is that going to work prior to, in between when the comment period ends and before they go to the board itself? What does staff anticipate that this committee's role will be in that period?
So I'll take this one unless Andrew, you want to jump in, but if not, I'm just going to jump in myself anyway. I don't believe that anything is going to change in the way that we have interacted and engaged with LTAC. The point is that we need to have your perspective and we need to have your voice when we're dealing with a lot of the different editing or any type of a modification of what has been presented. And so the idea is that when we receive them, we'll do an initial intake, figure out what we can collapse and we can actually summarize, get together. And then once we get something that is consumable by the subcommittee, it'll be a subcommittee connection. Again, ultimately getting to the larger LTAC for a report probably after the fact, but during will be the subcommittee interaction, as LTAC has already empowered the subcommittee to represent them during this time, if that would be okay to continue in that practice.
That sounds great to me. Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, same with me. Thank you for that clarification. And pleased to know that we could continue to be involved in that capacity. Any other comments or questions on this agenda item? The next one is related, but. All right, hearing none, we'll move forward with the discussion of the principles of good practice, which is shorthand for, we've actually recommended a change to it, which is escaping me right now. I think it's basically, Jeff, do you have it handy? Principles of good practice for online course and program, no, for distance education?
I think we just shortened it to principles of good practice in distance education or something. I can't remember, but it was significantly shortened, yes.
Yeah, so, and what we agreed to is to colloquially refer to it as principles of good practice, but it is for the quality delivery of online courses and programs. And this document is one that was approved by the board, and it was roughly 3 years ago. And part of that approval was that it would be reviewed again in 3 years. So we're at that point where it needs to be reviewed. And why this is so critical to have this work done within the next year, if these rules go into effect, the IPDE, this institutional plan for distance education, that is going to be tied to institutions' approval to offer distance ed at all degree levels, is going to be based on PGP. It largely is now. We've tightened that up in the recommended rules, and so we need to make sure that we kind of shore up this foundation with PGP. There have been some changes to some of the other guidelines that it's built on. So PGP has portions from SACS, which currently is the accrediting body for institutions in Texas, though we know that it is possible that institutions could elect to choose a different accrediting body in the future. And the name that they're going by now are institutional accreditors, which refer to all of those accrediting bodies like SACS, COC. And so, and then of course there are CRAC guidelines, which are associated with NC-SARA and the approval to offer distance education in other states. We have OLC guidelines, Online Learning Consortium, and all of these were incorporated into the principles of good practice. And there was a document created 3 years ago that had a crosswalk saying, here are the standards in PGP that institutions need to meet. And then here are the other guidelines like SACS and OLC and CRAC that are tied to those standards. And so the idea being that if you're already going through and addressing points for your SACS reaffirmation, then those can be directly put into your IPDE. So you're not doing a lot of extra work. So it does make it important that the PGP is up to date with what those standards are for these other type of approvers, whether it's accreditors, whether it is NC SARA participation. We want to make sure that those are addressed. So with that in mind, we need to initiate this review of the current PGP and make recommendations to update and align it as necessary. And so we have, we need to determine how that happens, who is involved. What's been proposed is that we would start with a LTAC member committee, so be formed with LTAC, but then we would also send out a call for volunteers from the digital learning community. So it would be a superset. It wouldn't just be LTAC participation. It will also include members from the distance learning expertise group of expertise across Texas to participate, and then we would create a specific subcommittee to review the PGP. So it would not be necessarily one of our existing work groups or subcommittees. It would be one that their role is to review the PGP and make recommendations. And not just to the document itself, but also to that mapping document that I described to update that. So updating, changing, modifying, deleting from documents as necessary. And the mapping documents would include, I mentioned SACS, the CRAC guidelines that are used for NC SARA, OSCAR, which is not currently represented in that mapping document, Quality Matters, OLC, IPEDS, possibly others. But that is kind of the scope of the work, to look at those that make sense to map to and to update the PGP. So I've kind of given you the scope of the work and an overview of how that committee would be formed. Are there any questions at this point on the next, what's to be done?
I would add additional clarification, Patrick, because as Michelle indicated before, in order to operationalize the revised distance education rules, assuming they are adopted, that's going to require work from folks on this committee to think about the process and the forms, templates, all of those sorts of things that are going to need to structure that process. The PGP work is separate but related, as he indicated. So I just want to make it clear that they are going to be, in my view, separate work groups, because the PGP is its own beast, if you will, that's going to require, I think, kind of an intensive look at the national digital learning landscape that's totally separate from the process-oriented stuff that we're going to have to do in order to support the coordinating board in standing up the new procedures associated with the distance ed rules and reporting, as the CBM reporting that all of our institutions, or at least public institutions, have to provide to the coordinating board for data purposes. That's another aspect of this. So I think it's kind of, in the way I see it, is it's sort of a broad effort to update a lot of the procedures, policies, documentation associated with this digital learning in order to bring the state more in line with current practice. So this is an important part of that, but it is a separate and distinct part nonetheless.
That's all accurate. And the PGP review has to happen regardless of whether the rule changes are approved or not. It's supposed to be reviewed on a 3-year cycle. It is, of course, critical to the IPDE, but even if the changes don't get made, the PGP still needs to be reviewed. So we can begin that work prior to any next steps related to the assumed rule changes that'll be coming in April. Any comments or thoughts from other committee members or from coordinating board staff?
Patrick,
Okay. Yes.
what is the timeline for this subcommittee to work on the PGP?
In terms of when can we start and when does it have to be finished by?
Yes.
Yeah, I would propose that we could go ahead and form that committee soon and go ahead and make the invitations out to the community so we can get the non-LTAC participation too, and that group could convene before April, so possibly within the next 2 months, end of February, beginning of March. I know it may take a little bit of time to hold that call for participation and actually get everybody's commitments and then get everybody scheduled for that. But I would anticipate that that committee could be formed prior to April. I would expect that I would like to see that work be done by the end of this calendar year, so by December. That may be ambitious. I recall when Michelle led this effort previously, 1 year turned into 2 years, turned into 3 years. Lots of scope creep and some shifting sands and priorities, but what came out of it was incredibly robust. So we're starting from a document that is already very strong. So maybe it's not overly ambitious to anticipate that we could complete it by the end of this calendar year, but I would defer to input from other committee members and of course from coordinating board staff.
I just had a question. Michelle, if you're there, you said that the effective date was December 2023 or December 2024? You're on mute.
That's how this works. The December after the rules get approved. So would be 2023, 23.
Point of clarification. I'm looking at and then again, I don't know what's going to be in the register, but the last version that council sent to the subcommittee on Rule 2207 says the effective date of this subchapter is December 1st, 2023.
No.
2023.
So
So
it's
if
the
they-
December after approval of the board. So once the board gives official approval, if the board gives official approval for the rules in April, then it'll be the December following it.
That'll go into effect. So for the PGP, if we would like to have the board approval prior to the time that the rules go into effect, our target date would probably be in October.
The fall meeting, correct?
Correct. So that's what we're trying to get towards.
Okay, so even
I have
more
a
ambitious than I anticipated. Somebody have a question?
Pam does.
Yeah, Pam.
Since a few committee members felt left out of the administrative code conversation because we had to be in a smaller subcommittee, would it be advantageous to invite comment via email on the PGP or things that people think maybe should be changed or considered? And then that information could be given to whatever the subcommittee group might be.
You want me to chime in on that one, Michelle? All right, so the only problems that we have with like having emails with the entire committee is that you come into problems with a walking quorum when you have, all the people commenting together.
I don't mean
I'm
discussing
sure.
with each other. I just mean looking over the PGP document as it stands now and then making suggestions or comment back to whomever the point person is, just so those comments could be looked at collectively and then given to whoever is on the subcommittee.
Procedurally, there's not a problem with providing comments to a point person as long as the entire committee is not conversing amongst themselves, where you have another walking quorum. I don't see a problem with that, Michelle. I don't want to.
We can follow the same practice that we did to get everyone's input on the rules on the rules, the point person was Dr. Torre. So all input from having the request went out to the full LTAC with the content that was going to be moved forward. Everyone on the committee was given the opportunity to digest that and provide feedback all into Dr. Torre. So we can follow that exact step process for this.
And Pam, just to be clear, I understand kind of the scope of your question. Were you referring to just members of LTAC who are interested in providing that feedback who aren't on the PGP subcommittee?
Correct.
Or, okay.
Yeah, I
But
just mean
not,
this group.
okay,
Since,
yeah.
you know, probably a third of us will be on the committee. Those that are not on the subcommittee might have a suggestion, an observance, a comment, a question, and it could just, that collectively could be given to the subcommittee.
I think that's a really solid recommendation. I'm glad procedurally it sounds like we can do it. I didn't know if you were, where I thought you might have been going was an opportunity for public comment, in essence, outside of the committee. So we would have the opportunity for people who are not on LTAC to serve on that subcommittee, but it sounds like we would not then also seek input from others who are not on LTAC nor the subcommittee, right? I think that's a solid suggestion, Pam. I appreciate that very much, and glad procedurally we can accomplish that.
So I will say that part of the work of the subcommittee from the prior iteration of getting to the PGP included committee members making sure that they were able to talk to their colleagues within the field of digital learning, some professional associations. There were some presentations that were actually done on the draft PGP prior to adoption. So there was a lot of community involvement led by the subcommittee members. And so that is completely a practice that is still encouraged to complement what Dr. Morgan suggested.
Excellent. It does mean that if we want to get something to the October meeting of LTAC for approval, that we need to work really quickly forming that committee. I would say sooner than even I suggested, like, you know, if it could be assembled by the end of February, that would be ideal to give us then roughly, what, 8 months or so, assuming that we'd have to allow for a month of notification to get it on the meeting schedule and also. So, you know, really need to take that October date and look at September to have everything completed and ready to submit to this full body. Does that sound reasonable to committee members and CB staff?
I think September is probably a good time frame to look at. I wouldn't even submit that August, towards the end of August, because it takes a while for the paperwork for the board meeting to get reviewed and approved all through leadership. So you want to have a good amount of time ahead of the board meeting to have your materials ready.
Thank you.
Patrick,
Yes.
this is Jacqueline. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I think it would be really helpful just to have that timeline, because then if you're backing up to September, if I'm tracking this correctly, we would want any revisions done for the PGP document to be formally voted on by LTAC. Is that correct? And then that would happen in August in time, or August, September in time for the October board meeting. Is that the sequencing that you are anticipating? So to Andrew's point, really then the work has to be done in August if we're going to meet this aggressive timeline. That's what I'm just trying to track on. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to coordinating board staff here on the timing of an October meeting for us and a subsequent board meeting. Is the board scheduled to meet in October already?
We have quarterly board meetings in October. To give you a timeline, Jacqueline, we usually have the LTAC meeting 1 month before the board meeting to accommodate any type of proposals that need to come through, as you know. So we probably would meet either in August or early September. That's our usual time for the meeting. So we would like, that's when you would have the opportunity to vote on it in a regular quarterly meeting. Now,
LTAC
we have
meeting.
had,
Okay,
right, a regular court. Now, we have had, speaking about the
Special
class
meetings.
process, yes, special meetings that we did for the PGP. I want to say several special meetings that we just considered just the PGP amendments. And I see Michelle is back on as well. But, if we want to go to the regular quarterly LTAC meeting, we're looking at August, no later than around the beginning of September, around that time. And if we wanted to have a special one, we have that option.
perfect. Thank you.
So I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask at this point, and I hope coordinating board staff will let me know. Can we ask for someone interested in chairing or co-chairing at this point in the meeting? And of course, if nobody steps forward at this point, we could discuss it later and cajole someone into it. But is there anybody that is really interested in leading the PGP work? Don't everybody jump in at once, please.
It is a
I know you're
wonderful
probably like
opportunity.
somebody else wants it more than me, I'll let them have it. No, you do it. You do it.
How about co-chairs?
I was just about to say the same thing. The co-chair thing sounds better.
Because I'll do
okay,
a
well,
co-chair.
All right, was that Janet?
Yes, Janet Camps.
All right, this is being recorded, so it's official. Janet is willing to be a co-chair. Who would like to co-chair the PGP review?
I think it was
With
Charlene.
Janet.
I can take a step
Charlene,
working with Janet also.
you're in? Okay, because you're co-chair of the LTAC and you are also working on that dissertation, I know. So I don't want to, I want to protect you from yourself is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that
But,
makes two of us.
Charlene,
Right.
if you like, I'll serve as co-chair, Charlene.
who was that? So,
Robert.
That's
Robert.
Robert.
All right, very good. And Charlene, maybe you want to be on the committee, but
Mhm.
not be a
Yes,
co-chair.
I'll be on it
I know
and-
you've got
Yes.
fantastic. So far we have Robert and Janet are co-chairing. Charlene is going to be a member on it. How many members do we want in total from LTAC, knowing that we're going to invite additional members from the public?
If I may, to have a subcommittee in LTAC, we want to make sure that, once again, we don't want to run into that quorum number. So quorum is going to be half, might as well say half plus one for the committee. So that would be 24, 13 altogether. So when you get close to 12, 11, that gets sort of I get a little nervous, but 10 is a beautiful number to me. But you can get up through 11. 12 is a little bit much.
Andrew, is that including the digital community members, or are you only talking about LTAC?
I'm only talking about LTAC members.
Okay.
Now, when you go into the subcommittee, when you want to have the other people that are being involved, they're not part of the quorum because they're not a member of the committee. But it's the committee members that I'm looking at, that number.
So maybe we should go ahead and call on our co-chairs for their opinions on what is a workable size for this subcommittee and what percentage would you like to be LTAC members versus representing public non-LTAC participation?
I think if we have, a 2/3 or 3/4 LTAC, I think if we get half, we may get a lot of competing interests. It may be difficult to come to compromise. Robert, your opinion?
No, that sounds fine. I'm sorry.
And
Yeah,
I wonder
so-
if we could maybe have this as one of the working groups when we get later in it, so we could really talk about it a little bit more and then present back to the committee, if that's possible. I know that we're kind of restructuring the working groups with just maybe even if it's a special working group today, just so that, we can pull aside, really talk about it and then come back.
I think we have that flexibility, so absolutely. I'm going to put a number out there of a committee of 10, and 6 would be LTAC and 4 would be from the public. It's not maybe so large that you can't convene on a regular basis, but you've got good representations of both sides. It's mostly LTAC, but good opportunity for at least 4 people who are not on LTAC to participate. I know Michelle has told me that there was a great deal of interest. There were many nominations for LTAC vacancies, and we anticipate that many of those individuals might find this type of work of interest and a way to contribute, and then, ultimately serve on LTAC in the future. We've seen that happen with the distance education standards and subcommittee, that people who were on it from the public are now members of LTAC. I think that's a really healthy way to bring experts in to do meaningful work and then serve on the full committee. So yes, we will figure out how logistically where that makes sense within a work group for you 3 to convene and have others join you to figure out how you want to proceed. You can define that timeline more sharply, shooting for August, September to have everything done, and completing membership on that committee just as soon as possible, doing that call for participation within the next couple weeks, I would assume. So, very good.
I have one question, Patrick. Does
Please.
diversity of representation matter? Like 4-year universities, 2-year colleges, does that matter on a subcommittee, or?
I think it would be important. I don't know how far down the list you go, because I know for membership on LTAC, you're looking at public and private 2-year, 4-year. You're looking at geographic
Health-related
representation across the state, health-related institutions. So I'm not certain to what degree that needs to be replicated, but I think it would serve the subcommittee well to have those diverse representation areas.
Yeah, we definitely want those diverse perspectives, but we can be well informed going forward.
So if there's nothing that it sounds like that says we have to, but sounds like one of the co-chairs at least, thinks that is a good idea as well. And so I trust they will take that into consideration. I think that's a really solid recommendation. Thank you, Jeff.
So it's not a procedural concern, it's just sort of a best practice.
Coordinating board staff?
There's no written policy about the subcommittee. I think that's something that, I think it's a good suggestion, that, if you're going to discuss it during the time of the restructuring of the work groups, you can discuss how you want to select the committee members. And I agree that the diversity of opinion is very important, just like it is in LTAC. I think it'd be important on the subcommittee for the PGP.
And again, if you only have 10 people, there's only so many areas that can be represented with the 10 people, but always remember the ability to seek out opinions from specific. If you realize that we do not have state colleges represented in that 10-person body, nothing stops a subcommittee from being able to actively, very purposefully seek out that opinion or be able to consult with those particular institutions. So that, again, that's a prerogative of the subcommittee. It is also the subcommittee, so Janet, Robert, Charlene, if this becomes a really large task and you want to do subcommittees, I don't think that's the proper way of saying that, you are welcome to do so as well. And so if there needs to be smaller groups within, for example, when you're doing the mapping document, the last time that we did it, we had a subcommittee looking at Quality Matters, a subcommittee looking at OLC, those people that actually use that instrument. So you can always split your committee to meet your goals the way that you want. No one's saying the 10 people have to be the only ones doing it. Definitely reach out to other people that have the expertise in the things you're trying to accomplish. And so just keep that in mind. You're not restricted by the 10 only. You do have flexibility. It's about getting the digital learning community involved in these documents.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for a robust discussion and making some major progress there. So appreciate that so much. Next order of business is discussion of online proctoring. And this was an agenda, I think that, or an item that was on our agenda for October. And it was actually kind of started in an email thread. But we realized, gosh, we can't really discuss it there because of open meeting requirements. So we're like, let's put that on the agenda. Let's discuss it. It was, Pam, you brought this forward, and it was based on a case that had come out of Ohio where a student had sued an institution and won for their rights being violated related to online proctoring requirements. And earlier this week, and I think we had circulated it previously too, but especially for our new members, circulated a document that is, what's it called? Special edition, the Ohio Room Scan Case, from a website called The Cheat Sheet, which kind of is ironic when you're considering the topic, but they kind of provided a detailed explanation of what happened in that case and what it really means. Because I know when I first saw that headline and that decision at the time, my concern was, oh my gosh, is my institution open to litigation because we are using online proctoring? And now it has been ruled that it unconstitutional, it violates privacy rights, et cetera. And very quickly, several organizations looked into this and tried to explain it. This one we circulated because we thought it did a really good job of explaining why it shouldn't be a concern of your institution as long as you have good policy around online proctoring and you are enforcing that equitably and not leaving it up to discretion, large amounts of variability entered into the process that can get you into trouble, and did get this particular institution into trouble. So I hope everybody has had an opportunity to read this. So I'm not going to recount all the details of what it is that the institution did grossly wrong that resulted in this judgment against them. I would point out that even though there was this ruling that said this was unconstitutional, it was by a judge in Ohio, only related to a small portion of Ohio, and only in this very, very particular set of circumstances. So not really of threat to our institutions, again, as long as we have good policy around online proctoring and we stick to that policy. So assuming you have read the document, what kind of questions or concerns do you have around online proctoring for your institution or for others in Texas?
I think, Patrick, in general, like you said, there was definitely this fear of what's going on when we all first saw this. Definitely at my institution, I began to reach out to the provost and, got feedback on what to do. But when you really look at the detail of this, of understanding, they were doing something that I think most of us would never do in a Zoom class, having a student, show their area and all of that. But I think definitely the key is we need to be guarded in looking at what are our policies in place. I think, to me, that was the takeaway. Do we have policies in place for this? And if we don't, we need to consider putting committees together at our institutions to make sure we've put them in place, using this as a what not to do type of scenario. Because I felt like when you read through the cheat sheet version, which a lot of us were reading through, the key was it was stepping us through what not to do. And I like the way it gave insight on this is what should have happened. And when you read it, it definitely, a lot of the news reports about this case didn't make it any better. It actually made it worse. So finally, sitting down, looking at the legality of what happened caused us to say, okay, we may be off the hook. However, do we have some things in place? So to me, that was the guarding of, if you haven't put some things in place, it's time to put some things in place, or confirm with your institution and your administration that what are your policies? Are they clear? Because that's the key of what happened with them. Their policies were not clear.
Well, and when this first came out, interestingly enough, the first people we heard from about this were students who then no longer wanted to use Well, for us, it's Respondus Lockdown Monitor. And then the faculty were freaking out and looking to us for what are our options. And, that's when I had asked if we could discuss this. But I think, like you were saying, Charlene, since then, better information came out. The headlines were violating students, right to privacy. And it seems to have calmed down here, and nobody has asked me about it yet. But I was really glad that you found this article. I think it was really succinct in how it explained, like she said, what not to do.
So may I ask, so let's say you have a policy, but it's not enforced. So is that policy, how would the judge in Texas, the district judge here, rule on that? Because the one in Ohio, I think it's easy to have a policy, as we all know, but it's enforcing it uniformly is much more challenging.
This is where I thought the scenario that they gave was a perfect scenario, because part of it was there was a policy in place, but kind of ragtag, where faculty could, at that lower level, do whatever they wanted or not do whatever. So the discussion has to be, what are the policies in place? And this is the point where I'm sure our provosts are going to come into, play with this, of speaking about what policies are in place and what can truly be enforced. And then at this point, having those next step meetings where you're speaking with the dean, speaking with the department heads, and really coming to an understanding of what's doable at your institution. It's going to be it's still a policy that you would be putting in place at your institution. Some institutions may pull back and say, this is what we're going to do, whereas other institutions may double down and say, this is required by all. But whatever the case is, it has to be discussed and understood from this institutional level, but with this case being the, what to do and what not to do. Though that was my thought.
It might even be good for it to be put in faculty syllabus if they're going to use a monitor product, that it's very clear to the students going into the course.
And that was one of the suggestions. It was a part of the syllabus so that students basically sign off or agree to the monitoring from the very beginning before an exam is offered, because that would be a safety net to say it's in the syllabus. That was a part of something that they recommended in the cheat sheet document.
So that's actually what we ended up doing, is along with the policy, we created wording for faculty to put into the syllabus that they need that basic wording. They're more than welcome to add to the wording, but they need that fundamental wording. If they're going to use Respondus Lockdown Browser or Monitor, they need the statement in the syllabus when the class opens up so that it's there from the get-go. In addition, they have to have a Respondus practice test so that students at any time can try the practice test and see what Respondus Lockdown Browser looks like and Monitor without any repercussion to their grade, and they can take it as many times as they want. So there's no surprise when they go in for the actual assessment.
Anyone else like to contribute how their campus reacted to this type of litigation last year and the outcome?
I don't mind sharing a little bit from our campus. We did probably similar to others, is that on our Council of Deans, we actually brought together what our policies were, and we brought together as well. It actually falls under our library services. So we brought the VP from the library services in, and we reviewed our policy to make sure we were all clear in what our wording was, and that also that was being distributed consistently across, because we have 5 different schools, and that all 5 schools were distributing it and using the same policy. We we felt ourselves quite lucky that it appeared that we had been, following the same policy, because in other areas we haven't. But on this particular occasion, it was a review process together, and we were surprised that there wasn't a lot more chatter after it. I think we were also expecting to hear a lot more after the lawsuit, but we felt more comfortable having looked at our policies and discussed it as a group, and to make sure that we pass this back down to faculty, the importance of following it, that it's not there just because it's there just because it's because there is a reason, and we need to follow up that consistency.
So when we reflect on, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to add in that was much the same as our experience. I did have a couple of concerns that have been kind of out there since COVID, because there are, and this is a concern from faculty about their responsibilities. What happens when something is recorded and it's, injury to a child during an exam? That actually, potential injury to a child during an exam, that actually happened in the home of one of our students. And another one was domestic violence, that there was one of those that happened also. And so those two concerns, this is kind of on the other side of it. Those two concerns were brought up to me. And I agree that is very uncomfortable. It is within the realm of possibility that could something like that could be captured on recording. But it goes back to policy of what the institution is willing to do. The other point, the other counterpoint, a potential counterpoint, I should say, is that in a classroom, a student could do something there, or somebody could come in to the classroom and do something there. So it's not, that particular concern is not necessarily something only for online proctoring. So I just wanted to add a couple of additional perspectives on from faculty that I'd heard.
Thank you for sharing that, Janet. Much appreciated. I think as we look back on this, we were kind of frightened in the beginning, like, oh no, what do we do to ensure integrity in our online testing environments if this is going to be litigated on a regular basis? But reflecting upon it now, we see it maybe perhaps as a really positive thing that this came to the national forefront. It gave us something to go, listen, we need to pay attention here. We need to look internally, make sure we're doing things right. And here's a guide that we could use to see what not to do, and therefore what we should be doing. So I'm somewhat grateful that student took it to the point of it being a nationally known case, because it has helped us in many ways take this message to our institutions and have it be addressed in some fashion. So I think, again, upon reflection, it was a good thing, even though it was very scary when we initially saw the headlines. Any other comments, discussion? I want to thank you again for bringing that forward for us to discuss, and for your patience for us to get back to it after not getting to it on the most recent agendas. So much appreciated there as well. Right, I'm looking at the time, and I want to see if we could squeeze in some of the coordinating board updates. I do know that in looking at our agenda, item C under coordinating board updates, building a talent strong Texas strategic plan, credentials of value. Dr. David Troutman, Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs, is planning to be with us today to tell us more about that. It was on our request. Very exciting for him to be with us. He is not available until 2 o'clock this afternoon, so that won't be part of these initial updates. And I did receive some information that if it looks like we're not going to go anywhere close to 2 o'clock, then we could consider rescheduling him on the next agenda. So haven't made that decision yet, but just wanted to let you know we're not too far away from a break, because we are not going to be including the Dr. Troutman's presentation in this segment. It would be at 2 o'clock today if we indeed do have him with us today. So proceeding with the coordinating board updates, The next two items are with Jessica Acton, Program Director for Academic and Health Affairs. And the first of those is an update on community college baccalaureate degrees. Jessica?
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all for having me again. I hope everyone's new year is off to a great start. I'm going to provide updates for community college baccalaureates and Sarah. These are fairly brief updates. So since the last time I saw you in October, one new program was approved. At its October board meeting, the board approved Navarro College to offer a RN to BSN completion program. This is a hybrid program that will start this coming fall. There's another proposal that will be going to the board later this month. That is a Bachelor of Applied Technology in Cybersecurity from Alamo District, St. Philip's College. This proposed program is 100% online and has a planned start date of fall 2023. The coordinating board has also received 4 new proposals that will not require board approval. From Weather College, we have a proposed hybrid Bachelor of Applied Arts and Science in Early Childhood Education and Teaching. Dallas College has requested a RN to BSN completion program that would be delivered 100% online. Collin College has requested a hybrid Bachelor of Applied Science in Clinical Operations Management. And Austin Community College has submitted a proposal for an online Bachelor of Applied Science in Cybersecurity. So that's where we stand with community college baccalaureates right now. Before moving on to Sarah, I will pause in case there are any questions. Okay.
Just had a question about,
Sure.
sorry, I had a question about those 4 proposals that don't require approval. What is the effective date of those?
I am not aware off the top of my head. And of course, we just received those. So the start dates are still kind of in flux depending on factors of review. So I don't off the top of my head know what the proposed implementation dates are.
Do you know what the eligibility is or what exempts them from formal review that they just have to propose? So it's more like a notification. What exempts those 4 programs from formal review?
These 4 programs do not have costs over $2 million. So they do not require full board approval.
Thank you. I knew there was some reason that they didn't. I forgot what that benchmark was. So
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And I wanted just to clarify, it's $2 million over the first 5 years of implementation, correct?
Correct. New costs.
Yep.
Yep.
Right, new costs
New
over the
costs.
first 5 years of implementation, yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Very good.
Okay.
Any other questions for Jessica on that agenda item? All right, you can go ahead and move forward with the next one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So for Sarah, I just want to share a little bit more about the new Sarah policy modification process. It launched January 3rd. You can view all of the Sarah policy modification proposals that others have submitted. And if your institution is so inclined, you can submit your own proposal through NC Sarah's website, which is nc-sarah.org. The last day to submit proposals for policy modification is February 3rd. If you don't have a policy recommendation, you can still have a voice in the process. There will be 2 public forums and a public comment period. NC Sarah has posted a policy modification calendar on its website. This calendar gives you a visual overview of the new process along with key dates to keep in mind. Just be aware that the new process does take a year. Proposed changes that make it through the public forums as well as the public comment period will go to the regional steering committees in September. Any changes that are approved by all 4 regional steering committees will then go to the NC Sarah board in October for final review. Those modifications that are approved by the board in October will have an implementation date in December. So I really encourage you to take a look at that calendar. I actually have it bookmarked. It's very handy to see all the dates and just kind of have a visual of the process itself. So that's really all the updates I have for Sarah at the moment. Does anyone have any questions about the policy modification process or any generals or question?
Jessica, do you know if Texas has representation on the NC-SARA board at this point? I know Dr. Pam Quinn formerly represented us very ably and participated heavily. I believe Dr. Carlos Morales from Tarrant County College is serving in some capacity now, not certain. Do you know how Texas is represented in that decision-making body?
I have not looked board list in a while, but I do know that there are some Texas folks on there. NC-SARA does publish a list of their board members with little bios on their website. So I encourage you to take a look at that just to see who from Texas is on that board, but we do have representation.
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you for both of those reports. Any question about the NC-SARA information that was shared? All right, hearing none, we will move forward. Again, we're skipping item C with Dr. Troutman. Item D is digital learning updates. Dr. Torrey's not able to be with us here today. If Dr. Lofters or you or Carrie Gitz will be sharing the updates for digital learning with us.
Thank you, everyone. A couple of things from the Division of Digital Learning. We are getting ready to celebrate OE Week, which is Open Education Week, hosted by OE Global. That will be March 6th through the 10th, and we are actively planning to showcase several of our OER-related projects and resources via webinars and other events. We'll focus on the OER for Nursing project or the One project, our OER playbook, which we have developed in collaboration with ISKME, the OER text repository redesign, which if you visited it since yesterday, our new redesign went live yesterday morning for the OER text repository, and we'll also be focusing on our OER research during OE Global or OE Week. Earlier this week, we launched the third round of the OER grant program. The RFA was released. Our next step for that is we will be looking for reviewers to review the applications and the proposals. So if anyone is interested in serving as a reviewer, please let us know. And the last update that I have from the division is we will be updating the roster for LTAC. You should be seeing an email from us with a link to a form to update your contact information for the new roster. I believe that is it, if anyone has any questions.
All right, I don't see any hands raised and no questions, so thank you very much, Carrie. Appreciate your filling in for Kyla. And we're getting close to lunch. I know we haven't had a break yet. And those are important for general health and sanity. So I think that in preparation for lunch and our work group sessions, we'll press on with item number 7, which is the restructuring of our work groups. If it looks like it's going to go more than 10, 15 minutes, we can take a pause and come back to it. But what we'd like to do is come up with what those work group assignments are, and then take a break, let everybody grab some lunch, eat a little bit of it, and then come back, and we will have invited each of you to the work group meetings that you said you wanted to participate in. There will be a CB staff member in each of those as well. So we really need to just, those work groups we want to form are, and then see who wants to join each one. So in the notes I was provided here, we should first consider our options of the clarity on a subcommittee versus our standing work groups. So in terms of subcommittees, right now we have 2 of them. One is the relatively long-standing now distance education definitions and standards subcommittee, and the newly formed or reformed, I guess, PGP subcommittee, which we have co-chairs for, and a member, and we'll solicit more. So those are our subcommittees. Oh, I'm sorry. We also have a standing one with the doctoral proposal review subcommittee. So we have 3 subcommittees. Thank you, Andrew. And then we've had typically 3 work groups in the past with kind of equal representation from this group. So 24 of us, generally about 8 people per each work group. And so I'm trying to, in my mind, define the difference between a work group and a subcommittee. My sense is a subcommittee has a very defined charge, often with a timeline associated and a product associated, whereas the work groups may not be so explicitly defined in terms of there is a product that they are expected to deliver, or that the work is more variable and the scope may change based on the membership and the priorities of the community and digital learning from the coordinating board. So I would anticipate that, yes, we'll have these subcommittees, but then we will also have continue to have work groups that cover topics that are more broad and may not have particular products that are coming out of them, and may not have particular timelines or deadlines associated with them, since again, they're not producing a particular product. But those are just the limited notes I have here from staff. I'd love to hear thoughts on the value of the work groups versus or relative to subcommittees.
Patrick, what have the work groups been in the past? What was their function? What areas did they focus on? Stuff
Sure,
like that.
they've changed over time. We previously had one on OER. We don't anticipate having that one going forward. There are a lot of resources now in digital learning being committed to the OER project and the grants, and so there were other priorities that were identified that maybe we should be looking at. One would be related to the research on distance education and the data modernization that's going on in the coordinating board across the division or the divisions within the board. We've had them on 50-mile rule, for example, and that approval process. That has been a standing work group. Not sure that is one that necessarily has priorities to deal with, so might look at establishing something else there. So those are ones that we have had in the past. We've had them around the LTAC survey, for example, and would like to broaden that out a bit, I think. So ones that we kind of brainstormed would be ones around quality assurance. And so that would be dealing with things like IPDE and PGP. That might be a good place for Janet and Robert and Charlene to convene if we had that work group during the lunch hour. So it's the quality assurance work group, but then what you're going to talk about is forming the subcommittee for PGP. Another would be on research and data. So that would be much broader than the LTAC survey, something that Michelle has discussed with me and will be discussed in a work group that looks at that, whether it's called research and data or something else, would be having a third party that would execute the survey going forward. Want to broaden it to include things not just related to distance education, but to the technical environment that institutions operate in. So get better information about what student information system institutions are using and what recruitment systems they might be using, and put that all into a data structure that then you can go identify peers who are in similar circumstances to you based on their tech environment for collaboration opportunities, or even for volume or discounted pricing based on multiple institutions participating. Affordability might be another one, but those are just some suggestions. So it's up to us to decide which work groups we want to have for this cycle, what rises to the top. And again, each will have a, go ahead.
One of the things I think, just from our discussion about proctoring, I would love to have a work on proctoring just to get a sense of, and to answer your question, Jeff, I was on the proctoring, on the OER working group. And when we first started it, the coordinating board didn't have a lot of resources yet. So as we met and we had all these great ideas, Kyla was on the meeting and she basically said, all these great ideas we had, she was like, oh, we're about to do that. Or, oh, that's a great idea. Let me take it back to that committee at the coordinating board. So it literally got to the point that our suggestions were basically passed to them, because now they had the resources, the committees put together where the coordinating board could take over it. And we could see things happening like OER texts and things. So there wasn't a need necessarily for that committee, but a new committee definitely that I'd like to see just is proctoring, not just all the things related to it, even I represent Purview, but I also represent the Texas A&M system. And a lot of us chose a proctoring product, and really it's at a time to review it, because is it meeting compliance in some areas? And they're just those kind of concerns that I would love to talk about from the coordinate or from LTAC's level, to see, you know, what are the 2-year colleges doing versus, you know, those of us in the 4-year, that kind of thing. So usually with these subcommittees, it's this idea or this hot topic that's kind of discussed around the state. And it's at a point that we're like, okay, this will be a great subcommittee to see how can we wrangle it at this level. Another one a topic that I think felt like it's died away is high flex. That was this whole topic about it, but I think we're all high flexed out. So I don't know that would be necessarily a committee or a subcommittee, but definitely I'm curious about some things with proctoring, even looking into the research of it. What's going on? We've learned so much since pandemic. What can we produce out of LTAC to benefit our constituents in Texas?
Great suggestion, Charlene. So I'd mentioned a quality assurance work group. So the online proctoring, I think, fits very neatly under broader academic integrity, and perhaps academic integrity under quality assurance, maybe one of several priorities that work group might engage in. So what do you think about quality assurance as the work group? And then it would be for the members to decide, whoever joins it, but priorities would be around online proctoring, academic integrity, and informing the formation of the PGP subcommittee. It seems like enough for the work group to talk about, at least in today's session, and decide if, no, that's not the right bucket or umbrella to put it under. What are your thoughts, Charlene?
No, I think that's a great start. And like you say, when we get into subgroups, we'll figure out if it doesn't work, and maybe it does need to be something separate. But I think what you just outlined would be a great start.
Okay, very good, very good. Other thoughts on that quality assurance work group? Does that seem like a good starting point for forming one of as many as 3?
If I may, I'm really super interested in, you know, Patrick, too, you mentioned that I think could be lumped under one: data modernization, research, and data. I went to a presentation from Grayson College at the SACS annual meeting in December, and Grayson College, they managed to get some grant money, and they're building dashboards for faculty to use for student success, where they're using data from Canvas and other learning technologies. They're also using Canvas to keep attendance. But having done some of this work at my campus, the challenges involved in integrating data across your learning management system from other educational technologies, your student information systems, and delivering those in a way that really can impact student success is really challenging. But I really think it's a super important thing that higher education institutions need to be working on. So I'm really interested in that one because it's really challenging and important work. So I don't know what it would be called. You know, research and data is fine, but it does speak to modernization of data infrastructure as well. So
Jeff, would the data warehousing discussion be under that also?
It would, because that's a key factor in, you know, your institution having a data warehouse where these disparate data sources can be, you know, integrated together is a key factor in being able to do that kind of delivery of data to advisors, faculty, that sort of, and other staff. So yes.
I agree.
All right, so I'm hearing support
Patrick?
for 2 work groups. Yes.
It's Jacqueline again on the phone. I
Yeah.
appreciate the conversation related to the data. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I understand there's another task group that has membership just also looking at data reporting. So I just would not want whatever work we're doing in LTAC not to have a collision course with the other working group that the coordinating board has stood up with regard to data reporting. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, can somebody provide more information about that other data reporting group? Or maybe, Jacqueline, if you can be more specific.
So I understand there was a solicitation and perhaps either Michelle or Andrew can clarify, but my understanding there is an overall group for which universities were asked to nominate, and there's a formal group that's actually looking at data reporting and really make sure that the data that is reported to the coordinating board is reflective of useful time and effort. So that's a different aspect from what Jeff and others are talking about, but I just, you know, because there is so much in terms of not only how you collect data, how you report it, just want to make sure that there is clarity between whatever LTAC would want to do and not have that be in collision with what the other group is doing.
I think, Jacqueline, I think it's different. I think it's different enough to where even if our committee met, and remember when we're meeting in these working groups, there's a coordinating board person coming in the meetings. And like I gave the example with OER, as we were talking and having these ideas, Kyla was there to kind of say, hey, we're already doing that in this other place. And when it got to the point that she recognized just in the discussion that we'd kind of grown past what the committee would do, we passed the information and went on. I think the data warehousing is a bit different. I think it's more than just what we report to the coordinating board. I think it's about data on campus collected in all different kinds of buckets. Data warehousing being you put it in one big giant bucket and figure out how to clean up the data and do something with it. And then there's this separation to me of what data is reported to the coordinating board. I think this other is robust enough that it could be a discussion by itself because it's the data reported to the coordinating board is this existing information. How do we clean it up? That kind of thing. Where this other is, I don't think we've tapped into all the different applications that we use on our campuses and then the data in those applications. How do we put it in one succinct place to be able to use it for other things? So I think understanding that there's a data committee, fine, but I still think there's enough robust discussion about the data modernization or the data warehousing that this working group could still be met again with the mindset of there's this other group doing the reporting to the coordinating board. That's my thought.
Thank you, Charlie.
Luke
Luke?
has his hand raised.
Yes, Luke?
So Patrick, listening to the discussion, it might be, if we're allowed to survey LTAC committee members, that we get some feedback that way, right? Some of us are better on the spot. Some people like to go in and think about it. The other thing that I would like to suggest us we consider is the structure of the entire agenda. One of the things I would like to submit, and maybe this is a future agenda item, Patrick, and I can bring it back up when that comes up, but it seems appropriate here, that maybe we start with our work groups to give ourselves time, and then that way we're ending with future agenda items that may have flown from the work groups through the agenda. And also that we look at the time allotted, right? That I think we can get our work done 9 to noon, and we're adjourning at lunchtime, right? We're not working over the lunch period. So I think there's an exciting opportunity for us to collect some information about what kind of work groups we want to have. And I really love the suggestions that were provided by other members, and that maybe we start our meetings and that with the goal of trying to finish, in that 9 to noon space for future meetings. So just a couple of considerations for just the entire experience of LTAC and getting work done, and providing some time to maybe start the meeting with the work groups, unless we're required by law to have the agenda set as it is.
To make that happen, Luke, we'd have to get a bill passed through the legislature, unfortunately. He's believing in me. No, no, totally making that up. So I know it's on record.
I wouldn't be shocked, but just
I was just impressed I could say that with a straight face, and I wanted to prove that I could. But no, it's up to us. There are certain things that we need to cover at every meeting and are in the agenda, approval of minutes and those kind of things. But the order in which we accomplish them, I think, is up to us to determine what is most effective. Some of it has to be flexible because of the availability of certain coordinating board staff members to be available to present to us, or special guests and so on. But yeah, and honestly, I think the whole work group thing, it worked much more like you're describing, where they had time to be together and they'd come back and report on it after getting these reports and doctoral proposals out of the way in the beginning. I think typically we would still want to have the doctoral proposals at the beginning of an agenda, primarily because we are scheduling these other institutions to join us, and we want to give them a fixed window of when to do that. Not to say that we couldn't pick a different fixed window, but we might miss it if we have other things that expand into it. But it was also, I think, perhaps more productive or less awkward when we were all together in the same physical space to break out into these work groups. So you'd go pick up your lunch, you'd go to a table and get ate, and you could talk about your work. You could also talk about other things informally. It was great for building relationships, and that's something I miss sorely about doing these exclusively on Zoom. I do appreciate that everybody, I mean, is able to participate without the additional cost and without having to leave your campus, and you can be there this afternoon. And I know this is a Friday before many campuses are starting their spring semesters, if you haven't already. So really appreciate everybody carving the time out to participate in these. So certainly want to make the most of it and be as efficient as possible. Don't know if it would make sense to have a temporary work group today just to talk about how to make LTAC as functional as possible. I don't know what you would call that work group, but I think your recommendation is well intended and appropriate to the interests of all of us, and making sure we can do the work that we need to and it's productive. We don't feel like, oh, we decided some things right there at the last minute and then we didn't actually get to do anything with them or put items on the agenda. I know that the expectation for these work groups that we form today will be that they, in this work group session this afternoon, establish a cadence of meetings, who is going to convene them, like a leader of each of those work groups, and then 2 goals. And that's the part, I think, Luke, that might be most challenging, right? Is, okay, we just formed this work group and decide what we want to do. Now we're supposed to come up with goals in 45 minutes and then report back on them. it may be that you want more time to think about those things in particular. So I think, flexibility in what the work groups are expected to accomplish today, especially, may be helpful as well. Any thoughts on a work group just to look at how best to organize the larger work of LTAC and the agenda?
My fundamental cares, Patrick, are efficiency and focus, right? And so I heard earlier in the meeting, the last time we did PGP, for example, I wasn't on LTAC. Other members have been, right? That it extended beyond a period of time. So, when we start talking about working groups, I like them as discussion groups. But when we really talk about subcommittees, like, do we all just need to be focused on PGP and we're taking different parts of it, right? So that we hit the target. Because if everything's approved as expected, then our institutions will be held to a document that we will have wanted to spend equal time on, because we'll see implementation in December, right? And then this will roll. So as people's 10-year coming up, you're expecting them to submit a new what's the acronym?
IPDE.
Yeah, IPDE. So that's been on my mind a lot. Wow, I'm okay with it. I think it's achievable, but if our focus goes too broad, we may not produce the document by which people need to plan and self-evaluate around.
Well, and I think that's Patrick kind of alluded to that in his first answer. There's the difference between a subcommittee, which has a specific task that has a timeline, versus these work groups that are more, standing things to be places for discussion. And there may be things that emerge from there, but not necessarily. They may just be places to have focused discussions about specific issues. So I think, making that distinction between sort of a semi-official subcommittee versus a work group, to me, that's what I hear, is that the subcommittee that Janet and Robert are going to chair, that one has a real specific focus, whereas the work groups are more not necessarily having that. Is that what everybody else's sense is?
Pam, I'm not sure if you're saying
Pam?
it, but you're on mute.
Yeah, Pam, you're muted.
Are you talking?
I'm sorry. I was going to say that the PGP did start in a work group, and then it bled out of the work group because it needed to be meeting at other times as well. And that may have been why it took so long, because initially they tried to work within the time allotted in these breakout sessions, and then that was not feasible to hit a timeline mark. As Michelle kind of indicated, it was a pretty long and lengthy process. And then they started operating more like a subcommittee. So I think as long as you're not giving specific tasks assigned to the work groups, then yeah, they just stay as broad conversations, and that's always beneficial.
And I do like Luke's suggestion about, so obviously, we have to meet, we have to approve the minutes from the last meeting, like procedural stuff that has to occur. But I do like the suggestion of more starting the meeting or having the work groups earlier, so that then by the time we come together as a larger group, we're all informed by what those work groups did, and we can contribute to the discussion around the more concrete agenda items based on those prior conversations. So I like that. And I do like the idea too, if we wanted to have a temporary work group to talk about how we structure our work moving forward in these quarterly meetings.
I agree as
got
well.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, Patrick, I was just saying I agree about having a work group, maybe this is something that just meets today to discuss the structure of them and maybe some things to just better communicate. So for instance, where is the information provided about who is on each subcommittee once the subcommittees are formed and that membership is formed? Just making sure that everybody's aware of that would be helpful. And that could be something that the work group could discuss as well.
I agree that it could be a one and done today. I think it would be beneficial.
So anybody have a good name for it, like efficiency and priorities, or I don't know, what do you have? It's only for today, then it doesn't really matter that much, but love to have something that looks good in our meeting notes.
I think it's okay to call it structure of quarterly meetings.
Can you repeat that, please?
I think it's okay to call it structure of quarterly meetings.
Okay.
And Patrick, because we're not in person, you can only see like a fourth of me. There's no value judgment on how they've been run. This isn't about that. It's about, to your point, we're in a new reality. We've been virtual for a year. Is there a more efficient and focused way that we can support you as our chair, who I know you have a long-standing commitment to LTAC. I knew that before I came to Texas. And so, that's really just the genesis and the intent of the conversation.
No, and that's certainly how I took it, Luke, and I appreciate that. I do, having been involved with LTAC so long, really miss having you sitting around a table where we're all together and we can talk before and after the meeting and at lunch. And I don't know if that's something that we're looking at later this year with what the health outlook is, et cetera, or institutional budgets are, et cetera. But it's something, certainly I miss that informal connectivity. And maybe we can replicate that in other ways that we haven't been able to thus far electronically. So yeah, we've got I think a good suggestion for that work group structure of quarterly meetings. And that's our 3. Are there others that we should consider? And maybe that we're coming up with another one next time after if it's a one and done on the structure of quarterly meetings. Maybe we reformulate it into something more broad about our efficiency and productivity of this group. But I want to make sure that I'm not excluding any other possibilities that are important to group members. Okay, so what I have is three work groups. These are in addition to our subcommittees. Quality assurance. And this would include things such as academic integrity and online proctoring, but other things related to quality assurance, like forming the PGP subcommittee and how to do that, as well as perhaps the IPDE processes, if that is going to continue to be the DE standards and definitions subcommittee working on that, or whether there will be a new subcommittee related called, IPDE subcommittee. One on research and data, which would encompass data modernization, data warehousing, how that data is used by institutions, and then one on structure of quarterly meetings. It might just be today only. Everybody good with those 3? All right, if so, then I think you
want to just have all the names.
Okay, we're going to pick teams now. So Dr. Lofters told me. We want equal representation on these. We want people to serve where they feel their talents are best used, but we also know that you might be pulled towards several of these, which makes it complicated. So we'll start with quality assurance, and I think we ask if there's somebody that wants
Patrick?
to lead. Yes, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. This is Jacqueline, and I'm about to go into a sound tunnel and need to hop off. So one, I would just say place me anywhere. And then secondly, the procedural question would really, because we have standing committees as well, are we doing different assignments for standing committees?
For the standing subcommittees like doctoral?
Uh-huh. like doctoral and, right? So I'm going to allow the pleasure of the chair to assign me to whatever you think I can best serve. But I just didn't know whether you were also going to be looking at recruiting for the standing committees.
I didn't hear the last part of that, Jacqueline.
She didn't know if the restructuring of these work groups as an agenda item also meant we were restructuring
assignments.
subcommittee participation.
Oh, well, I know that
Or
for
making the
for our
assignments.
On subcommittees versus work groups.
Yeah, I think for the subcommittees, what we've done in the past, the one that we have had that's been standing all the years has been the doctoral proposal subcommittee. Down there, we've asked for participation from the LTAC as a whole, and we've gotten our committee members from there. Is that what you're asking? How we're going to get new participants or new members on that committee, Jacqueline? I just want to make sure I'm getting your question.
Correct. That's my question, Andrew.
Okay, so what we have done in the past is we asked who would like to be on that doctoral subcommittee, and that's going to still be in effect because I have some already lined up on my desk, ready to go to the subcommittee for that one. We currently have, I want to say 6 members on that committee. Do you want, if we're going to do that, because that one has to be still intact.
Correct.
Do you want to?
Well, who rolled off?
Let me see here.
There may be still a full committee.
I think we had a couple. Let me check.
While Andrew is checking on that, in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and start asking for people for these subgroups. I don't think it, or the work groups, I don't think it affects the subcommittee participation. So the first one was the quality assurance, academic integrity, online proctoring. And Charlene, I know you want to be a member of that one. Are you interested in chairing it? Or is there somebody else that is interested in chairing it?
I think as the co-chair, I don't think I'll be chairing. I'll be representing leadership. So I'll definitely be a member on it, but I think someone else should chair it.
Very good. And I think it would be fine if that overlapped with leadership of what will be the PGP review committee. So Janet or Robert, opportunity for you if you wanted to be in this group or chair or co-chair this group.
Yeah, I'll definitely be in it. Yeah, I guess nobody's saying anything. So yeah, okay, I'll do it.
All right, Janet, Charlene for QA. Robert, is this one of interest to you too with the overlap with PGP?
I'll join it.
Okay, so those were the obvious suspects based on their PGP interest. Others interested in the quality assurance work group?
I'd like to be in that one. Mary Gentry.
All right, Mary Gentry.
I'm interested as well, Patrick. This is Sarah Lee.
Sarah Lee.
And
I'm also
Alex,
interested, Patrick. Nikki Whiteside.
Nikki and Glennis.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to, you had your hand up. Are you interested also?
Yes, sir, I am.
Or did you have a question? All right.
I'd like to serve on that one.
Glennis Gaines. All right. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
and Alex
So maybe we
Herron's
take
also
a pause.
interested, if there's any room left.
Okay. Andrew says 8 is good. So we're going to take a pause there and move on to the research and data group, knowing that we've got that bucket and structure of quarterly meetings bucket. So the research and data, Robert, sorry, Jeff, I'm going to assume you want to be in that group. Don't know if you want to chair it or not.
I'm happy to be the chair, yes.
Okay. So Jeff, and who else is interested in the research and data? I'd like to volunteer to serve on it as a member.
Erin McGough would like to join, please.
Erin McGough.
Daryl James.
Daryl James.
Tim Snyder.
Timothy. Tim Snyder. And I'm straining my eyes to look across the room. I could just be looking here at my screen too. All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Additional ones for research and data.
Patrick, it's Jack one. I'm happy to be on that work group.
Okay.
This is Julie DeLello at the University of Texas at Tyler. I will be on that work group as well.
All right, Julie, thank you. So we're at 7. We could have one more, or is everybody else interested in the structure of quarterly meeting one? All right, last call for research and data. Okay, so for structure of quarterly meeting, I'm not sure I'm seeing everybody on the screen here, but I have Luke, and Luke, would you like to?
Yeah, I'll chair it.
Sharing that one.
Right. Just want to let anybody know that's joining it, the expectation it'll be very short. Very short term, specific feedback. And then hopefully, Patrick, we can all find a new home, because I don't want anybody to be without a working group home.
Correct. Or, you know, it might be that they serve on one of the subcommittees too. Like, so, because these overlap in terms of expectations that they'll be meeting in the coming months with goals, when there's also the work of PGP and more than likely IPDE to be done as well. So others that I don't have an assignment for right now, I just want to verify that you're interested in this work group for at least today. Pam?
I actually can't be in a work group today because I have faculty waiting for help, but I'll be glad in the future to be anywhere you need a body.
No worries. And of course, you're on the doctoral proposal subcommittee and probably will be involved with the other subcommittees as well. Yunwan.
Yes, I have a meeting at 12 actually, another meeting.
Okay.
I have to, leave early, so.
All right, Megan?
Yes, I'd be interested.
Okay. And Lydia?
Yes, I'd be happy to serve on that one.
Okay, we've got 3 so far. And Bella, our student representative, would you like to join that one?
Yeah, I'm happy to join that one.
And who am I missing again? I'm not sure I'm seeing everybody here. Okay, looks like that is it then. So
I'll tell about the doctoral committee.
Oh, and so what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. How long do we want to allow for lunch for people to grab something to eat before we have the work groups come back up?
Say 30 minutes. Does that sound reasonable? 30 minutes?
And then we have the work groups?
And then we have the work groups. That gives us time to put everybody into the work groups. They're already in. Oh, 30
Wow,
minutes.
fantastic.
She's good.
Okay, here's what we're proposing. And, I'm open to suggestions here. It is almost noon, so recommending we take a 30-minute break where we can eat lunch by ourselves, and then at 12:30 we reconvene directly into the work groups. So you would have an invitation to a work group that you would participate in, one of these 3, and those would meet from 12:30 to 1:15.
That sounds good.
So 45 minutes for the work groups. Unless we think we need a full hour, but I'm thinking 1:15, and then we come back for reports from them at 1:15. So that's when we would be live streaming again, and if we allowed 45 minutes, that would take us till 2 o'clock, and then David Troutman could present to us. Otherwise, it would be we'd be done and be looking at agenda items for the next time. So let's say break now for 30 minutes, reconvene at 12:30 into work groups, reconvene as the full group at 1:15, And then we will have the report outs from each of the three groups and continue with the agenda from that point.
Before we go, I would like to talk about the distance ed doctoral subcommittee, doctoral proposal subcommittee. These are the people that we have on there right now. We have Dr. Mock, we have Dr. Pam Morgan, we have Glennis Gaines, and Julie DeLello. Those are the ones that we have on the committee right now. And this subcommittee, it has the initial review of proposals that come to LTAC when they're submitted to us for review and possible recommendation of approval to either staff or the board. And it's continuous subcommittee that meets throughout the year. They have proposals that are submitted. We get them regularly, but we only review them for the most part during the quarterly meeting. It's a good discussion. You just get to see what people are doing in their proposals. Is anybody else interested in that? Because that would be along with these, correct? Because they could be in this one and another. Is anyone else interested, if they wanted to, at this point, and say that they would like to be part of the doctoral proposal subcommittee?
I'd be interested in that if no one else wants to do it.
Nikki, I have you down.
Thank you.
And that gives us 5. I like to have an odd number because usually it helps when it comes to the voting. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you for researching that so quickly and getting us up to date and getting us another member. So that's reconstituted. At this point, unless there's no other business we need to handle, I'm going to call for our 30-minute lunch break. And when we come back, you'll be in your work groups. So we'll see you in about 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
Patrick?
Yes.
Oh, I'm glad you're still there. This is Glennis Gaines. I have to go to physical therapy at 1 o'clock, so I have to drop out at 12:30.
Okay.
I notified Amy earlier, so I'm really sorry to have to do that.
No, that is okay. So you won't be able to be there when we reconvene, and that's all right. But we do have you on that quality assurance work group going forward.
Yes, and I will, if I can get back quick enough, I'll sign back in.
Sounds great. Thank you for your participation today and welcome.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one. See, the So where am I?
All right, we are reconvening as of 1:15 from our work groups, and expectation is we had a chance to meet together and talk about our priorities. In the order that we talked about them as we formed or reformed them before the work group meetings, we will go through and ask for a report. Quality assurance and Janet Camp.
Right. We had some great discussions in our group, and with quality assurance, we had some topics of consideration. Obviously, PGP, online proctoring, IDPE, and I said it wrong, IPDE. Switch those two around. It is the Institutional Plan for Distance Education. So those were what we started with, and we we called for some other timely maybe topic of considerations. What we hit pretty hard really quickly was AI and ChatGPT. That is a big thing for quality assurance because it's integrity. It's honor code, honesty. It goes by many different names, but that basically is just the free that you can go and you can get your paper written by AI or other kinds of assignments. It doesn't have to be a paper. It could be other assignments that you may be able to get the AI to write it for you. And how do you actually stop that? Because in some cases, plagiarism tools aren't catching it. So then what do? Block it on campus? Well, we have cell phones, we can use data. I can't block it off campus. So that is a very timely topic of concern. And I think that there are some institutions and some offices and at system levels who are perhaps scrambling to get ahead of this because it really came to the mainstream in I think late last year, November-ish is when I started seeing a bunch of headlines for it. So that was something we talked about quite a bit. I think that for that, it's going to drive perhaps a variety in assessment types. And also it may be a leverage point that causes faculty to really tighten up their instructions for and scope of their assignments and exam questions, as well as like you were pointing out, Darlene, don't use the same exam every time the course is offered. Just switch it up, change it up. So that was one major topic. We did also talk about online proctoring, which is kind of a related thing. And there are some of us have institutions that have statements. Some are just kind of like guidelines, and some may not have much at all in terms of faculty expectations for faculty when they employ some sort of online proctoring. There were we gave some examples of that at our schools. And so there are issues for faculty, there are issues for students, and it's becoming important. I think also with this Ohio case, like you said, Patrick, it really brings to the forefront that we need to have statements, policies, guidelines, whatever is appropriate for the situation at an institution in place so that both students and faculty know well in advance of the start of a course date what's expected. And some institutions just put that at the course level. Okay, you include it in your syllabus if you're going to be using some kind of online proctoring so students know. Other institutions have more of a broad perspective, and it's actually in a policy or in a statement or in guidelines specific for faculty. And then we also talked about a little bit about the PGP subcommittee. So we were just discussing various timelines. So I think we're going to get together and get a timeline that seems workable to us. And we do realize that this is going for us, yes, it's going to go through the spring, but also it's going to be a summer project as well. So it's just, for me, there's no difference between spring and summer. There are just fewer faculty around on campus. That's the only difference that it makes for me. So, so that's an overview from our work group.
Thank you. I'm kind of jealous. I wish I would have been in that group as well. Sounds like y'all had a fantastic discussion. And I think you identified the generative AI and chat GPT type of engines as a very timely concern. I'm pretty bullish on the technology and what it can accomplish, but I'm also terrified about what it means for the expectations for students and their writing assignments to create original work when it is so incredibly easy to create something that will pass whatever the expectations are with a few prompts. And I've read pretty deeply, forget what the publisher was, but they provided both their prompts and the results of those prompts writing 2 college essay applications or college app essays, and just gave a minimal amount of detail about the background of the student, came back with a great first draft, and then they said, I like that. How about a second draft where you emphasize entrepreneur working in, or I helped with marketing my parents' restaurant where I worked in, and also about my swimming career. So it did a second draft that accentuated those things, added some details that weren't originally provided but sounded great. And then the individual asked that they combine the 2 drafts into one and make it a certain length. And it did that. And that final product, I mean, if you are reviewing college essays, you would think this is a fantastic student looking at both their writing and the experiences that they detailed. But it was really just them putting in a few words to come up with this great end product. And how do you then use that as an effective basis for whether someone is ready to do college level work at your institution or not, or they're the best candidate that you want to pick to bring in if you're being selective? I don't know. And so this is I would say one of those pivot points in higher education, any level of education, maybe in society. Generative AI for text, for creating images. What is art now when anybody can provide an engine with a description of what they'd like to see, and this engine can take its AI learning model and produce something of high quality? What does that mean for artists who they spend hours creating a product to sell that is original? I don't know the answers to any of this, but I think it's incredibly important that this group pay attention for what it means our institutions are. So glad y'all identified that, and sorry if I jumped up on the soapbox and talked a bit about that, but I think it's a topic that it's timely, ignored at our own peril.
Right.
So again,
I'll
thank you,
add
Janet,
one-
and thank the committee. Charlene?
I wanted to add one more thing to that. Since we've had our discussion, our instructional designers have been just chatting away about it. And one of the things, a simple solution or a simple thought was to have the instructor place their prompts in the chat GDP and see what comes out. So at that point, you know what it's going to produce for the students. And I know we didn't talk about that in our group, but that's something really simple to do to gather that information. So it's definitely a chat that it's occurring across all over the place, even here at Prairie View.
Anybody else have anything they want to share on AI?
So I know I'm not part of the committee, but I'm going to share it anyway. Actually, this is a suggestion. I would love to have, Bella, I do not mean to put you on the spot in any way. And I would love to ask kindly if you would be willing to join the Quality Assurance Committee. I think the student voice is so critical when we are talking about these issues. The key is to include you, not talk about our students, but talk with our students. And so if you're willing, not that you don't have a busy schedule, because of course you do, but if you are willing to go in that, I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, I'm very like flattered that you brought me into it. I would love to. I think that this was like the first meeting I've really like done the whole meeting too. Like actually gone into the work groups and stuff. So I kind of was just doing whichever one needed more space, and everyone was kind of hopping in the first two. So I was like, I'll do the last one, and also, you know, the more information, the better. So I would love to. That would be so fun, I think.
Welcome.
It. I see CB staff is recording that in the notes, so that's official that you are in the quality assurance work group, and I think you'll make some great contributions there. I appreciate your willingness to join them. All right, if there's nothing else on that work group's report, we will move forward with the research and data work group report from Jeff Friels.
Let me start by saying whichever artificial intelligence is reading is in the future, I, for one, welcome the dominion of our new robot overlords. Not hostile in any way, shape, or form to it. So please be merciful to me now, your new human underling. Anyways, we also had a robust discussion in the research and data group. We started off by Michelle sharing with us some context around the research agenda of the digital learning division. She mentioned that in the past, LTAC has, and primarily Patrick, has used a semi-annual survey, maybe it was every couple of years, to do sort of a landscape analysis of, you know, what LMSs folks are using, what is their student information systems rooted in, all those types of questions. And then we sort of segued that into larger questions around data infrastructure, you know, data warehousing, and also in terms of being able to get data from disparate sources, integrate it into one spot, and then getting it to people who can actually use it. One thing that we discussed at length was that traditionally you have, you know, an IR office, maybe it's an IR office of one, and they take really high level institutional level data and then, you know, provide it to people, and those folks don't often know how to use it. But we are seeing use cases around the country right now where colleges and universities are deploying data to help students be more successful. The example I cited before is from Grayson College right here in the state of Texas, where they are using Canvas logins and attendance that they require their faculty to enter into Canvas. So face-to-face attendance with Canvas logins, and just those two data points, they are pushing those to faculty advisors who are then, it's part of their QEP for SACS COC, by the way. So that's where they've gotten resources to do this. And so these faculty advisors are now intervening with students to email them and communicate with them to see what's going on so they can help them be more successful. And within one semester of their pilot, they're already starting to see impact. How do we as a state and the institutions within the state start leveraging the huge mountains of data that we have into something that is digestible for faculty, that is digestible for advisors and other staff, and that is digestible even in some cases for students that can learn more about what they are learning in their classrooms. So to what Michelle's point was, we talked about how could we potentially adapt what the coordinating board is doing in terms of surveying institutions around the state to find out more. For example, if you have clusters of colleges and universities that are using Canvas and they have a similar student information system and they are at different levels of data maturity. And Daryl mentioned how at Texas Tech, they've developed a data maturity matrix as part of a Power by Publics initiative through the APLU, or the American Public Land Grant University. I think that's the organization. So something along those lines where you could then, the coordinating board could use its central position to then bring colleges and universities together around how can they work together to pool resources to some degree, pool knowledge certainly about how they can improve data infrastructure on their campus, because oftentimes it's very cost prohibitive because of the amount of money that it would take in personnel and or going through a vendor and or the time it would take to do it themselves. You know, what are some shortcuts we could help each other do? And so that's kind of what we ended up landing on is I don't think we reached a definitive conclusion, but I think they're going to explore it more fully in digital learning about how that survey instrument could be adapted to get more information about the relative levels of data maturity and infrastructure at campuses across the state to better enable communities of practice and groups of institutions that might be able to work together to shorten or cheapen the costs and time associated with developing infrastructure that gets data to the hands of people who can actually use it. That helps students be more successful. So that was the main gist of what we talked about, was helping the board get more information in that regard so they could make better connections so that institutions can share knowledge and around this area that's really important, in my opinion, to the future of higher ed and student success. So that's basically what we ended up on. Anybody else from our committee had anything to add, or our work group? Cool. All right.
Yeah, Jeff, I didn't want to step on anybody else, but Tim had points about being able to make sure we are, if we're asking more diverse set of and administration. Is my voice cutting in and out?
I was going to ask,
sounds like
is
it
his
is
voice?
here. All right, we're gonna try Andrew's mic and see if it's got full power here. Doesn't sound like it's cutting out. So, yeah, what Tim brought to our attention was we need to make sure that if we're broadening the scope of this type of survey, that we can engage with the appropriate stakeholders at each of the institutions. We know that IT can be structured highly variably across institutions, whether it's under academic affairs or IT or much more distributed. And when we're talking about finding things about recruitment systems, enrollment systems, learning management systems, institutional reporting systems, it may be a different expert that needs to respond on each of those. And so one of our challenges would be to make sure that if we're administering a broader survey, that we have broader participation, not with an expectation that there'd be a single person at each institution who could answer all of those questions equally well. Also knowing that institutions are very differently resourced for IT in the different facets within an institution. So it might be helpful in structuring that survey in such a way that it's accessible to people at many different levels as much as possible. And Jeff, you may have mentioned this when I was doing some housekeeping internally here about our 2 o'clock guest, that we agree that we should move forward with doing the survey again within the next year. Really need to define what that scope is, how much to broaden it, what's possible, but also bringing in the third party provider to help actually execute that, build the infrastructure for that data to go into, so that it's not just a report that's circulated, but rather it is a database that can be searched by institutions to find those opportunities for collaboration. And also in subsequent administration of that tool, they could update their answers on some basis rather than having to start from scratch with a new survey. So, and if you said any of that, forgive me again. I was tending to housekeeping internally for the meeting. Thoughts on when to have this, what cadence to have this group reconvene on?
We ran out of time before we were able to get into that. My assumption at the start when we were in our prior full session was that these work groups took place during the quarterly meetings. I'm not opposed to meeting more than that, but that was my impression from the first part of the conversation.
Maybe I could have some guidance from CB staff on expectations around cadence for work groups. Is that frequently enough quarterly, or is there an expectation that they meet on some basis in between meetings?
Patrick, we're gonna have a recommendation when we get to our next work group report on that exact item.
We'll defer then. Thank you, Luke. Any questions or comments for the research and data work group? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, work group members. Appreciate the conversation. And finally, our third work group, what we called structure of quarterly meetings work group. And Luke, as chair, you have the floor for your report.
So good afternoon. We were very excited to talk about what Dr. Lofters called operations, but we are bringing you two recommendations. We are not asking you to take action today, but just to have them out there for your consideration. So one is that we have a work group around operations that considers the process of the IPDE. So we've got a group, right, that's working on the principles of good practice. But what's going to happen with our group, and what's our group's role, right? What's our committee's role when the new rules are adopted, when and if, right, in April? So also to look at just another task could be of the working group, right? Again, these are just suggestions. How THECB collects feedback from us, right? So there's a process, and then there's a timing of that feedback. And so Dr. Lofters brought that item forward from someone else. And so we're making that recommendation that we have an LTAC operations working group. And if you acted today, then Patrick, the minutes might reflect that that's what the working group name was. So there were two considerations there. The second one, which is what the original intent of the conversation was around the agenda. So there's several considerations before I kind of give you again a mock agenda of what might be possible. One is that we've got program approvals for doctoral programs for at least the next year. And so if we had any approvals, we didn't have any today, those would be first, right? In the absence of any review, discussion, or need to approve, we could move to an expedited agenda. We would continue to use Zoom for 2023 because of a lot of budget considerations, timing, conversation around efficiency. The other piece that we wanted to do is close the gap between the work of the subcommittees and when an action item may come, right? So right now we meet, we give a little report out and it kind of ends, and some other work may occur, and there's not a chance to really filter that again before there's an action item that shows back up on the agenda. The other piece is to ensure there's dedicated time for THECB staff at the beginning of the meeting. I'll just say this as a person that had a hybrid role in another state. So I was a part of their staff and a part of a university staff. I know that they can be called into many different things for many different reasons, especially when the legislature is in session. So we wanted to have a dedicated, time for them at the beginning. And so that's the other piece, Patrick, that was a point of information is that Dr. Lofters did say we can convene, anybody, right, can convene a subcommittee or working group in between our quarterly meetings as long as it did not achieve quorum of the entire LTAC, right? So that's the main consideration. So you're empowered to do so. You're not required to do so. And I think the feeling of Megan and Lydia and I is that we didn't want to lose the working in subcommittee time. So to the question earlier, yes, you could do more, but we didn't want to remove the time. So the second recommendation with those considerations is we would start our meetings at 9, roll call and approval of minutes. We'd follow that with staff reports. If there are no program approvals, we'd have program approvals. We'd move into working group and subcommittee meetings and future IPDE review. That would be for about an hour. We would have our working group and subcommittee report outs like we're doing now. And then we would move into business items and future agenda items so that anything that was to come out of the working groups, we could make sure we agendized for the next meeting. And then if there was work that needed to be done in between, we could do so. And we would adjourn by about 12:15. So we'd get our work done in 3 hours and 15 minutes. And again, with the provision that working group subcommittees can meet in the in-between. Megan and Lydia, did I miss anything? And we've got that written down, Patrick, because that's a lot to like remember. We can transmit that to you in the appropriate way.
Thank you very much. I was going to say, could you please share that with me in writing? Because I was not writing as you were talking, and there was a lot of good detail there. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind sending that to me. We do, as part of the agenda at the end, identify agenda items for the upcoming meeting, and then before we would have to make public notice that we're having a meeting, we look at that again and see if there's anything that's come up and we can add to it. And that would also be the point at which we would be implementing for the first time any of these suggestions for our upcoming meeting. So yes, please share those with me. And I don't think, other than your since we created each of these three work groups by assent, basically anybody disagree with the names and the constituting membership, I think we can do the same with changing the name of this group that met today to operations work group. So are there any objections to taking the recommendation to change it to operations? I don't think we need a full roll call vote on it. Okay, so the meeting notes will reflect that the three work groups are quality assurance, research and data, and operations work group. And thank you for leading that group, Luke, and for the members' participation. And thank you for also sharing those details with me in writing. That'll be very helpful. And, you know, maybe it'll be perfect. I can't promise you that. Anytime we change something, there are often unintended consequences, but I think, you know, if we try it, it doesn't work, well, we can try something else. So always open to ways to improve the value of these meetings to the members and to the agency. So thank you for introducing the idea and for carrying through.
The other point, Patrick, was the concern about us losing quorum, because as we have people roll off or starting around noon, so that was also raised in the Zoom environment. So that's the other point that I missed. I'll make sure that it's in the notes to you.
Yeah, we had a number of people that weren't able to participate in the work groups, and then also the concern about quorum because of the lunch hour and afternoon. And it doesn't matter when we schedule something, those things are going to come up that impress on people's ability to participate, whether it's morning or afternoon. But certainly a shorter meeting, there's narrower a window for people to be absent from it. Perhaps they can guard that time more carefully, knowing that everything will be accomplished in that time frame. Any other comments from either committee members or others on LTAC?
I don't know if I could bring this up, but Luke, I just wanted to add to your report. We did also discuss.
We lost audio.
Oh,
issue.
Here we go. Sorry about that. Hopefully with the new rules that pass, in April, there will probably be a need for the creation of new forms and so forth that we need. Like, I think Luke did mention this about the data that we need to get for like IPDEs and so forth, that we need to restructure those. So therefore, that would be a good form to do that within the operations committee. I'm not sure if you already said that, Luke, but you might have already did it. I might have missed it.
It was in that very long report out, yes, but I have it captured in the notes.
Thank you. All right, can you hear me? This doesn't sound like nope, we've got one working mic. So Andrew can't talk anymore, he said. And we're not sure how long this mic is going to hold out. But we had our work group report out, so that is very good. We still have Dr. Troutman planning to join us at 2. We need to talk about agenda items for the upcoming meeting, and we have about 15 minutes before Dr. Troutman will join us. So I want to suggest that we talk about the agenda items, and then we should have a few minutes to take a break before coming back and having Dr. Troutman join us. So Andrew, typically you will talk us through what the standing agenda items are, and then we can field additional suggestions for agenda items. And since I have the agenda up here, I mean, we know the things we typically have: any doctoral proposals, program proposals.
We have 2. I know all.
So we will have 2 so far for the upcoming meeting. And we always have to approve minutes, of course. I would expect at our next meeting, we will have an update related to the Texas Administrative Code rules regarding distance education, the status of that. And we would expect to have an update from the PGP subcommittee. Standing, we have the THECB updates. And those are, of course, community college baccalaureate state authorization, and then other digital learning division updates. And this, again, not necessarily this order. I'm just reading off from the current agenda, the things that we always include: work group sessions and reports. And then, of course, what we're doing now, discussion of future agenda items and meeting dates. Other items from the committee to consider for the agenda for our next meeting.
May I propose, I'm sorry.
Please go ahead, Daryl.
I was going to say propose at that point in time, any proposed bills that are coming from legislative that affect digital learning, maybe we could have a summary at that point, if that would be doable.
Absolutely. So that was what I was going to suggest when I was interrupting you. So yes, legislative updates would be timely at our next meeting. Any other suggestions? All right, hearing none, we need to look at a meeting date. And I'm going to turn to CB staff here because we have to, of course, align this with subsequent meetings of AHA and the full board.
Yes.
Yes, you may.
I wasn't planning on talking. So usually we meet 1 month before the cause and board meetings, which will be this for the next quarter will be in April. So our usual meeting is March. The issue is March is also spring break. So we're trying to revolve around that as well. So it's either going to be towards the beginning of a March. We could go towards the end. It depends on, how people feel about spring break and coming back. And I think we have done some in the past, like at the end of February, but that might be a little bit close. So I was looking at March. We can send out a doodle poll. And I'm looking at the calendar. We could have, we could send out a doodle poll for the 3rd. When is spring break? Can someone?
That's February.
Right here.
Oh.
Okay, so 13th through the 17th. Does that sound correct to people on the Zoom?
Probably varies among institutions.
It might be a little bit different. So I was looking at either the 3rd or the 10th. Does anyone have any objection about those two dates? And the other option would be probably the 31st, because that'll be away from spring break. That'll give it some time. So I was looking at that in March. Does anyone have any objections to putting out a doodle poll of that? Or would you rather have some other dates considered?
I think those dates are fine for me.
So I'll see if we can send out a doodle poll, see if people's availability for the 3rd of March, the 10th, and the 31st. And I think that should go around people's spring breaks, hopefully. I think that should be. Oh, wait a second. Let me see that.
All right, we're good. So expect a doodle poll to determine what dates will work best for our next meeting. So now we have about 10 minutes before our guest arrives at 2 o'clock. So I'm going to suspend our meeting for 10 minutes, and we will reconvene for Dr. Troutman's presentation on Talent Strong Texas. So if we can put our slide up, and everybody can go on audio and video mute until 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1. Check 1 2. It's not quite as loud. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. 1 2. All right. right, we're reconvening for everybody who is still with us. And my mic is a little hot, so I'm going to move it a little further away. Dr. Troutman is just getting out of another meeting and will be with us shortly. But in the meantime, Andrew has looked at the dates again and wanted to share that information about our next meeting.
Yes, so I first said the March 3rd, yeah, these are doing quite well. March 3rd, March 10th, and March 31st was I was giving you as options. I'll send the doodle poll out. But my colleagues in the digital learning will be finishing up their open education week on the 10th. And I wouldn't have it any other way except for them to be here during the meeting. So I was going to say, I'm going to suggest that we look at these two, just the 3rd and the 31st, because I think the beginning of April, there's something else going on. I think like Carrie notified me that there might be a holiday on that Friday. So I'm going to put out a doodle poll for the 3rd and the 31st. So that way there should go around spring breaks. It'll accommodate the open education week, and it'll be prior to the board meeting. Just to give you an update on that. Anybody have any problems with that one? All right, thank you. And Dr. Troutman should be on shortly.
I figure as soon as I say something, he's going to show up. So I just figured I would start talking and see what happens. Anybody have anything interesting happening at their institution in distance learning, digital learning that they'd like to tell us about? Okay, I got the answer I expected from a surprise question like that, but since I'm just filling time, it's okay, I suppose. Again, we are in touch with Dr. Troutman and expecting him momentarily. We are also making sure that we have a quorum, so after he presents, we have enough people to vote on a motion to adjourn. And so far we do. We don't know what happens if we lose quorum before we break up, but if we just have to stay here forever. Well, me and Austin, you online and Zoom. What's the risk right now? Do we need to keep everybody? Is that the?
No, you know, actually, I believe, because I remember Rex used to tell me that's the only part of the agenda that doesn't need quorum. The chair can adjourn the meeting.
Okay, good to know. I know it doesn't require a second. The motion doesn't, but.
That's a relief. I thought we might be locked in the matrix or something in case we didn't have a quorum to vote on adjournment.
Hey, at least here we have a few more cupcakes left, so we'd be all right for a little
indeed.
while. So I may have just mentioned this in the work group, I don't know, but Marianne celebrated a birthday yesterday, so she brought us cupcakes to share, so we enjoyed those during our lunchtime together. Makes it totally worth the trip down from Denton, I'll tell you, they were good cupcakes. Thank you, Gwen.
What is a quorum, Andrew? Is it 13 if it's half the committee plus one? Is that correct? 13?
Sorry, I'm trying to click myself into the meeting. No, yes, so it's half the committee plus one. So since really of the voting members. So really we have 23 voting members, so it comes out to be what, 11.5? So 12, and we still need one more, so 13, correct.
I think we have exactly 13 right now, voting members. I'm doing the math right. But I wasn't a math major, so don't hold me to that.
As soon as I say this, he'll probably show up, but we've talked with CB staff, and we have decided, since he is supposed to be arriving but hasn't yet, we're going to go ahead and ask him to join us at our next meeting and just reschedule his presentation. So with that in mind, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
All right, doesn't require a second. All in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous, so I don't need to call for opposed or abstentions. We are officially adjourned at 2:11 p.m. Thank you so very much for your participation today. Great progress, great reports out of the work groups. Hope everybody has an awesome weekend, and we'll be talking to you very, very soon again. So thank you.